Personal all. Goes to production medium. And now that we have done the necessary gambling, do I even dare to try for another coral? I should. I've got to manage to get both of those upgraded. Somehow. I could steal a silk robe from the combat, but I feel like I don't want to deal with that. $3,000. No. Just grind the money while you go to the next zone. Not that big a deal. Win-win. Bomb. Come on.
Accelerator! Thank you.
What's yours is mine.
And it's coral again. Critical hit. And Now, Starburst. Put these two up on the back end, and then this next. Super hit versus Victimizer. First need to poison the enemy, and then make the enemy. Hit the enemy hard. And then here. Opens up Cursor Cutter. Proceed for confusion. Into Master Your Knives. And thus, Carl began the long, arid journey of getting another coral hairpin. It's like the robber band, but harder. And failure.
Think you're tough, do you?
Pain. And coral.
And don't come back.
Which one was the Cloak of Agility? The Ghosts? Miasma, rather? Yes.
Sorry.
Yoink!
And supplemented.
Not bad.
It's certainly a build, I guess. I mean, Platinum Sword and Lightning Lance, along with knives for Solando, because I don't like swords on Solando.
Yoink!
Veronica is literally only here because I would like to have a elemental mage. But eventually, Veronica will be replaced by whoever has the better gear at the time. Which in this case will be Solando. Slipweed again! Also, hello, Avalon. And Crimson Coral again. Siobhan knows all Charms and Whips, Gold Rush OP, Pink Corretto's OP. I did all the algorithmically positive things already on multiple save files. Never tried knives, so I'm trying knives. It had to not respond. I hate this process. I hate it so much. Well, at least you stole it on the first try. But that's not a hairpin.
Veronica wins again.
Again, that's not a hairpin. But thank you for doing it on the first try. She has not dropped a fucking hit yet.
Thank you.
Pain. Pain. Pain.
Accelerator.
And slippery. Missing cause I am blinded.
Let's heat things up.
Who else wants some?
Everyone wants some. Fucked up things about Nice dual wielding at the bottom of the seal tree, right next to Pink Pirouette. Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. One steal from A.
How's about this then?
What's yours is mine.
Wow!
Perhaps this will help.
And at least on the second turn.
Woohoo! And don't come back. Let's go.
Oh yeah!
Please, 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 please.
Let's do this. You're up, partner.
Yes! I'm free! Technically. Technically, I'm free. I'm stuck here if I want to go for a Cloak of Evasion, because there's only two enemy types, well, two enemy groupings in the same zone of one enemy type to steal it from. Unless I'm just money farming.
Frizzle! Thank goodness. I just keep getting better.
Bling 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 blow. Bling 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 blow. I need an extra point. Bling 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 blow. Now, we run, save, we leave the Valor Port because we don't need to gamble here anymore, because Octagonia becomes better, and I'm a happy camper. Or shooting the house in, I'm sleeping. Wom 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 wom. Bing bong boo. See here. What magic does Savando currently have access to? He has not any combat magics that can be used outside of combat. Currently in his capacity, as it flicks through the shit too quickly, he's got his Frizzwiz. He has the Fight Fantastic. He has the Rough and Tumble with Eric. He's got the Shocking Twist with Serena. And he's got the Shooting Stars with Veronica. Don't really need this, since I already have Accelerato. He has Reheal. He's got Tingle. He has Cock-a-doodle-doo. He has Whoosh. He has Umph. He has Accelerate and Decelerate. He's just under-leveled by 3 compared to everybody else. But he has more health than Veronica, and that's the part that actually matters to me, because I hate her with a burning passion. Chance to be put to sleep. Critical chance. Versus agility and utility and the concrete defense rings. Probably agility. Move him from this to Eagle Dagger +2. He doesn't have a better shield to wear. I'm gonna put your ass to work, skate boy! Because now, it's at least it's tolerable. And then at some point in the future, when I care about using whips on him, that will be something to do. Alas, I am folding clothes and I am talking to the chat. Is there anything burning in your mind, Avalon, that you'd like to talk about? Or anyone else for that matter? We are going to Zwargrest. Because everything else is closed off and or not accessible because the canal's closed. Zardwest, Octagonia, Nowat, Rainhurdy. $67 on a hit. Not bad. Whack. Good old whack. This was the inward coast that goes to the departure. I already went to that area and I did that, didn't I? I'm certain I did. Quest catalog? Yes, that's right. I have to go back to Gallipolis. The other one is Shiver Me Timbers, which was pirates near Gondolia. Go to the desert island they call home, bring back the booty. It's gotta be that island, no? And as for the patch of water, I don't think I'm allowed to go to that area yet.
Did I do all right?
Yeah. I'm not allowed to go there right now. That's not until we get the sap story of the mermaid. However, despite my performance last night in my fucking session, complainers and losers still made me take a chat restriction. So that's going to be fun later when I have to deal with that shit. It cannot certainly be this island, but this is the only island I should have access to right now. Off the coast of Gondolia. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Head up. Blow away.
Ding, ding. And Thunder Thrust. That's literally her first miss this entire session. Since I got it for her, she had not dropped a single one. And just because I'm curious, I'm pretty sure you can't steal from them.
What's yours is mine.
Yep. Oh for 2.
Let's rock!
Certainly you couldn't miss a third time. And she did not.
Oh yeah.
And I even pulled out a tough guy tattoo. Hallelujah. Hallelujah! I think I need this as a recipe piece. I don't remember how much of it. My brain is telling me I need it for a recipe piece. Why am I walking? I keep doing that to myself. Why am I walking? Zoom, zoom, zoom! It is such a bad habit. The silliness of having a constant pop-up rewards for being inside of a place you should already be using naturally. Oh, hoodweebs. That reminds me. That comment that I got from that one player that tried to predict what kind of hairstyle I had to have. That was funny. That was funny. Nearly half of those people in their decisions and comments would not be as retarded as they are if they were just less retarded. But they're not less retarded, they're more retarded. The only thing meaningful that you can be able to pull out of these experiences is things to go tell other people, and things that you can be able to record on camera alongside your wins and losses. If only we lived in a time period where the 2004 standard of microphone griefing was still in play, but alas it is not. Punk! Zoom, zoom, zoom! I wish I could make him run faster. Even faster than this. I'm passively trying to think of all the times in which I've had a person try to yell at me on the internet, and whether or not it has ever left a lasting impression that has made me feel anything meaningful. And I'm coming up short because there are very few places where people have given me meaningful life advice that I have involved into my life. I think the one example that has stuck with me is an OSRS group, which is the Lost Legion clan that I'm a part of, and I haven't played in so long now. simply because I have not been able to afford the membership. And then the prices went up on the membership, which makes me feel doubly shit. To the Z. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And then maybe the first time I did PlanetSide 2 versus the third time I did PlanetSide 2. Because almost nothing meaningful ever comes out of the milsim. It's even worse than trying to find friends inside of a MOBA.
Let's keep at it.
Bang!
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, nice Dragon Head. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things, and I'm trying to think of examples, and nothing really comes to mind. I've had more experiences inside of ARPGs and inside of MMORPGs than I've ever had inside of MOBAs. But that makes sense because MOBAs are not places where you go to make friends. Because it's very hard to make friends with people who are not actually on the same page as you. Especially when they go out of their way to make it so you cannot have friends with them. Hum hum hum. Hum 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 hum. And my vein insertion on my arm is feeling fucking shit. Because I keep using the same arm over and over again. I come to your house to pick up the place and steal your shit. What to expect otherwise. Great Sabercat, Griffin, Grublin. Need to encounter them and encounter them. Swamp.
Blast off!
Well, it's working fine here. Pretty sure Eric can just handle the multi himself. Cyclown, Agility Ring. Grublin, Steel Shield, Bandit Blade, which I already tried. So, well, some Fairy Fluff.
Head up!
What's this on my keyboard? Why did I zoom here? Bum bum, bum bum. Much weaker than what I have. Yeah. Much weaker than what I have. Much weaker than what I have. Much weaker than what I have. Much weaker. Do I need it? No. Recipe book for smithing the seal. Dots. For a robe of serenity. Care prayer. Say a care prayer for their eternal souls before defeating them, and they will be at peace at last. Care prayer, care prayer, care prayer. Care prayer is the sister attack, yes? No, actually. It is that one. It's fine. And so we have to wait for her to get pepped up. Being retarded. Being retarded. I haven't had brain food today. Which is the next thing I go solve. And then you give me your password. And then you tell me about the region. Tristan, King, blah blah blah, Luminary, Zardbus, blah 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 blah. Horse hail. The Warriors, looking for the Warriors, looking for the Warriors, looking for the Warriors. I think that's them. That catches my eye. Oh, if I go out the highwayman. Point. This goes down into the crypt. I'm looking for the monsters. Near the ruins at night.
Let's keep at it.
I need him pepped up now.
All right.
It's already fading. First try. And a double drop. And she lost her pep.
Another one.
And she lost her pep.
I'm so nasty. Yoink.
Steal.
Not bad at all.
goodness.
Fabulous, darling.
Why am I being pinged on Twitter? Twitch kick promoter? What the fuck? This has to be a bot account. Yes, it is. Making your stream look great. Esports overlays. And the account is centered in South Asia. Dreadnought has steel helmet, prayer ring, silk bottom, magic beast side, Brazilian agility. What you got, big boy?
I'm ready for anything. Yoink.
All right.
Flintstone. You can call me Fred Flintstone. I can make your bed rock. That song was so fucking impossible to escape. Mirror Stone. This rock can't be crossed, but there is an encounter there. I just don't remember how you get there. Going around from the backside of Zardrust and coming from the other side. Imp is new. Now he's pepped.
What's yours is mine.
Got the cape out first try. And what we could have won was a Devil's Tail. How strong is the cape? Not very. No. Ruins of Dundrazil, Octagonia via Dundrazil. Am I allowed to go down? This leads to the magic door. This one leads to sealed curse door. I believe that's Act 2, if I remember correctly. I can't remember correctly. It's been so long since I played.
Our work isn't done yet.
What's yours is mine.
First try hit. And she nearly gets crit for her life.
Not bad.
I get the talons, and I get more flintstone. And now he gets critted.
Not bad. Blast off!
Now we're talking. For sleep. And critted.
Score one for the good guys.
Neither we. And now just you. Care prayer. Retain his in case we can use it later. Now back to business. Smack. These are the bulbs. Bum 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 bum. Stamp. That should be all enemies in the zone. No, all but one. It's probably to the north of Dundrazil. Which I do believe it's this big ass robber man, unless I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, nope, it's him.
What's yours is mine.
Eric lost the power of pet.
Yahoo! Another one bites the dust.
Bomb, bomb. And now the same shit again. I'm pretty sure there is a copy of it. Yeah, that was Slimes in the area. Galapagos region, Brazil region, learning at the first side of Scarpa. Seed of life, molten globules. I'm not going to risk steals. I'm just going to try to murder them. And now we get jargon. Prisoners by itself. If he is asleep, that's not a guaranteed steal, is it?
What's yours is mine.
I mean, that seems circumstantial. That requires testing. That seems heavily circumstantial and very lucky.
Blast off!
Why am I being pinged again? I wish people would stop pinging me in these side servers. Especially if they have little to no overlap with me. I get pinged about the most monotonous shit. Oh, Sheep Cityans wrote a fiction. Funny. And just before anybody thought that Review Tech USA couldn't get more any gayer for the SP.
I love you, Rich.
So now here we go. I gotta make sure the video's looping. Now it's looping.
I love you, Rich.
You don't need to hear it, I'll just play like fucking Woodley. He's gonna lose his mind. Spooderman, you have a job. You have a fucking job.
Whose job is it to be that gay?
You gotta make sure Phil sees that. That is your job. That is your job, Loafin.
Huh? What the gayness? What the fuck is this gayness? You mean AI fic? Erotic gay cowboy Brokeback Mountain fic. Of yourself walking hand in hand with fucking DSP? I'm so confused. Why? What is the reason? And why did I have to be tagged with that 14 times? Keep myself in check in mind. Remember to put her fucking lunch inside the thing. Huh? Alabaster. Florida woman films herself starting a fire in her kitchen and pouring hot wax on her children. Melissa Campbell Sanchez was arrested and charged with child abuse, child neglect, and arson. Her husband says they were going through marital issues, and he had contacted the sheriff's office a week before the incident, voicing concerns for his children. He was staying with his parents at the time of the incident. Oh, found a new meme. Alabaster. I was talking about something earlier, but I don't know where Avalon went. I think he might be preoccupied. I can repeat what I said earlier, should you care to have something to say about it. Because technically, the experiences that I get inside of Deadlocked are exactly the same as the experiences as I was getting inside of Helldivers. It's just like, the problem is that I don't even have to worry about a fucking enemy that I'm playing against, because my ally's playing against me. I see. You watched the latest? It's more me, like, designing and writing a better show. But, like, we haven't gotten to the newer episodes of Vampire Lestat, of which there have been several. Because Jay's shit has prevented her from being able to do it weekly. But oh my god, you are going to hear some shit when we get there, because I have opinions. Lots and lots of opinions.
I'm getting so good at Pilates. Broke up with you in November.
Has there ever been recording from one of these tiny desk performances that isn't cringeworthy dog shit? Okay, so that's just somebody who doesn't watch music. Okay. And now I read. To answer the problem with teammates sabotaging games, I've yet to listen to that in random lobbies, but then again, I'm just lucky. And I'm sorry, Carl, don't take this the wrong way, but I think I can hear fire alarm pings in the background and something else. No, you can hear it. I don't have the batteries to fix it. Instead of just going to the store and buying them, they're delivering them. I am not being stereotypical on purpose. It actually makes it impossible to fucking take a nap because of how loud it is. Oink. Necklace of immunity. 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 Poison or undefeated, reduced by 10%. Up to 25. Wah wah. Wah wah. Wah wah. Wah wah wah. Wah 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 wah. Fat bastard jargon. I barely touched you.
Victory!
This is Octagonia, this is Dunderzil. I don't think I get to go to Dunderzil. Money hairs.
I'm ready for anything.
Wonderful.
Poison Needle, Yellow Eye, Malleable Mask. Actually, everything's horrible. Now for the real gambling. Once I get to do the gambling. No, they're lazy and they don't want to buy them buy them normally. And I refuse to be sent to the store to go do that.
I've always wanted to visit.
You enjoyed the Void event? Getting close to the major operation. I think the Void event is a good opportunity for the game to possibly find ways to have fun with people who are there.
Great. They're fans of Hendrik, huh? I hate this place already.
But it's just, there are so many levels to the annoyance that comes with Helldivers. But Helldivers' levels of annoyances are not the same thing that I think compares to just the generality of what comes with the rest of content that is available to a person who plays as a simulacrum, MMORPGs, community-based MMORPGs, ARPGs, and MOBAs of various types, especially those that are the weekend warriors, specifically the ones that are free to play, but give you monetary investment. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. I doubt most of this is power up. exception of that hat. Reduce being paralyzed. So no. Want to give devs the benefit of the doubt and say they learned from Cybersand? I don't think they have. The problem with the Helldivers 2 devs is that they are trying to control a game in a way where the players are railroaded into the directions they want them to go, rather than the directions that they should be willing to allow them to grow towards. And the problem with it is that it's just bad. Not that the content's bad, the way they handle it is bad. People want to sit on battlefronts, and they can't do that because it's not that kind of game. The campaign is focusing on whatever the campaign is supposed to focus on, while it continues to add more and more increasing levels of difficulty, enemies, and variants of enemies, that then make it so that the game isn't the same 5 variants at all times. But making it different with variants is that you now have people that need to learn how to properly play, and even if we choose to forgive them and say, hey, sometimes the enemies don't work as intended, the players have to be willing to actually learn how to play the game, and they don't. They cheese, and they think that the cheese is supposed to save them, and it doesn't. Because it's just not what is intended or expected. So then, you have a bunch of players that don't want to be challenged. They just want to have friend slop the entire time. But they're also not willing to invest themselves with other people. And weekend warriors, they have attitudes. And they don't want to be forced to behave. So now, they grief the game, situations, people, and the only thing you can really say in return is, well, you know, people just be like that, and it's just not a satisfactory answer. Because it'd be one thing to say, well, you know, you can't always have good team members. Some people be like that, and it's like, okay, so this is the same people who just doxed a guy and destroyed his life because how dare you criticize the game that we all play and its difficulty spikes? What's the high-low on that? Is that also the case where we say, well, you know, people just be like that. Sometimes you have disagreements on the internet, and then they harass your family, and they destroy your business, and they make sure that you're impoverished. That's not when that should happen, actually. In all likelihood, the only place and only time that should be happening is inside of the MOBAs, such as Smite and League, and obviously the shit that they're doing inside of Deadlock, etc. Because those are the people who have a vested interest in monetary gains over it.
The merchant who bought it from the Sultan of Gal...
Does this mean we're going to...
Nope. It means we're gonna have to win it.
Both of the fucking orbs. Bum 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 bum. Save for combat. When you put it like that, yeah, I can see why it's discouraging. Well, you see, I sat down and I had an entire dialogue with myself about the reason why this is the problem, right? It's also similarly the same discussion that I had last night, just walking through operant choices. The problem is that Helldivers 2 players are basically friends slopping their way through video games. It's just a game. I can do what I want. If I decide I want to grief my team member because I decided I randomly want to kill them, I'm going to do so. Do I play at a hard difficulty and actually carry the games? No. I play at an even difficulty and I play the way I want to play. But I spend money on a game that I then potentially spend most of my time griefing because I can't have discussions with other people over what is good and what is bad because the quote best games, best builds, best weapons, best archetypes all have to pivot to my specific heuristic standard. The influencers say, give us content and make content around us, or we won't make content for your game. Players behave based on their emotional concern at the time of their ego. And at the end of the day, you end up losing matches, which is to say, losing lobbies. And then when they lose the lobby, instead of being like, well, we could have done better, even though I landed in to come assist you, team player, they then say, no, the reason why we're sucking and losing is because of this random person who dropped in. I can't believe that shit didn't work. And they just basically shuffle. A person sits down to play a session. They sit in with their friends. The person only plays 2 encounters when a map requires at minimum 3, maximum rather. That friend then leaves in the middle of a session, and assuming you're only ever playing with your friends, to avoid randoms, you now have encounters that sit half incompleted. So if you're unlocking things, if you are a veteran player, you have to be willing to play with new people. Otherwise, when are you playing? And if you only ever play with your friends, those friends are behind. And because, fuck you, I do what I want, little Timmy has to be baby-gated and pulled up to a level of standard, assuming that they are doing it the natural way, gaining super credits, which it does not appear that they fixed it. They might have fixed people who were cheesing the system and cheating the system, but they didn't fix super credit gain, not for free-to-play players. And ultimately, the only goal to playing is supposed to be, quote, having fun in the encounters, in the events. But the people who are predominantly making up the majority of the player base of Helldivers 2 are literally people who are soft as baby shit. And you can't have discussions about what is good, what is best in slot, what works well in situations, because they do not encourage actual discussion. They want lockstep opinion. Because if you don't, they dox you and destroy your life. Compared to the example of the free-to-play MOBAs and free-to-play experiences in general, you're looking at a level of investment and involvement that effectively neutralizes itself because everybody's against everybody. You don't have a team of 4 to 5 people in a 5-on-5, 6-on-6. It's mostly you praying that you don't get the dregs of society. But at least maybe that happens to the enemies too. But no, this is in a 4-man couch co-op lobby-based sim where they do it just for the love of being antagonistic. The caveat in all of these situations is that you're supposed to be playing the games to get better. And you're supposed to take pride in what you're doing to play the games to get better. But alas, any and all attempts to do something positive effectively equalize themselves out to a null space. It's not made gooder. It's not made better. It's not improved. It's just the same experience. Over and over and over and over and over and over. Until someone decides that they're going to cooperate with their fellow man. If ever at all. I forget what I'm supposed to do in here. I think I'm just waiting for the tournament round.
Hey, listen!
Oh, hello.
Fabulous!
My woman is trying to be naughty with me. What am I supposed to be doing? I doubt I'm stuck. I don't know. Somehow I got stuck underneath the elevator. But the reality of most of these encounters is that the people making these choices to do these things in these encounters in these places are unhinged individuals. However, the difference is that in places where the pressure and the stress are high, the pressure and stress should not be that difficult or that much of an issue. But in every single way in which it matters, these individuals create situations that are fucking obnoxious.
Throw open the big book of brawling. Now before our fighters get down and dirty, it's time to find out.
Why don't you rest up and get your muster? In these situations, we're inside of something like deadlocked. If I'm frustrated with a person and I voice my frustration, it should be something that should be met with understanding and addressal. But what it actually gets stuck with, no. What it actually ends up getting is people having shouting matches back and forth between each other. Why are you forcing me to go to these places? Okay, fuck it. Because at least in the concept of playing a team-based game, you shouldn't be that aggravated or annoyed with a person that it's to the point that you can't play the fucking game straight. But both Helldivers and any considerable mobile game they effectively have the exact same type of people playing them.
I heard that you've been paired. Not that you even need a partner. I was just... Veronica? What's that?
Why don't you learn to look?
Me look where I'm going. You're the one strolling around with...
I hate this full Kremer pole. Well,
Rise and shine, partner.
you can never escape gaming exchange for sure. I mean, gaming was always like this. The problem was that you didn't have constant tattletales, which is the actual problem. In the early days, you did not have a certified wife beater write a dossier on how, quote, toxic behavior means that a person should have the right to antagonize you in a room and then play victim about the antagonization that they just did.
It's time for our first bout! And boy, is it a big one. Vince Vanquish and his mysterious new partner take on the
Eyes open.
Heavy.
Separate targets. They are throwing massive body blows. Lord have mercy, this man is just taking massive body blows.
You're in for a bit of bother,
The kind of attack wouldn't stretch out an ultimate muscle.
Blast off! Blast off!
Seeing a lot of parrying, seeing a lot of blocking, not seeing a lot of parrying. But, no, you didn't have a lot of this tattletale bullshit happening as it does now. Now, in my personal opinion, and this is just me, the next words that are about to leave out of my mouth are about to be extreme. I'm of the mind and opinion that MOBAs and games that use microphone systems should not have deafen systems. I do not believe in that. I can believe in a blocking list to stop a person from communicating DMs to you, but I do not believe in a person having the ability to stop a person from engaging in conversation. I don't believe in deafening microphones. I don't believe in muting microphones. What I believe in is that if you're going to engage in a game that has microphones, the reason why the ESRB online ratings are not rated is because people are going to be people. So, you have to use your own fucking common sense to learn how to navigate that space. Because guess what? If you're the kind of pussyfooter who's going to talk shit, but then hide behind blocks, but then you're going to antagonize broadcasters by constantly typing, and you have a tool to block a microphone, but you don't have a tool to block text chats, especially team-wide, so the kind of opinion such as that as Lee currently has, where you can just completely shutter all communications from your team, turn off the microphone. They don't even have the fucking full voice chat yet, but assume it's the same thing coming across the board with Valorant. You turn off the microphone, you turn off the text chat, you turn off the all chat, you turn off your team's pings! You just live in an isolated bubble that creates a cone of silence. I don't believe in that shit. I believe you should have the right to report a person if they decide to say some fucked up shit, and thus to prevent them from being able to continuously antagonize you, you can turn on that cone of silence. I believe that you can do it for each person individually, but I do not believe that if you're going to have the voice chat at all, in any capacity, that you should have that. Because all you need to do is remove the ability to have text. That's it. You don't need to have text chat in any video game. And the reason why is because if you're doing real-time strategy offshoots, you don't need to have that, period. If they're going to be the kind of person that's going to do that kind of behavior, it's going to be very, very easy to be able to route out, because they're spending more time talking than they are playing. If they can't do two things at once, they're going to be a shit player. Then you report that person for griefing the match. See, what you do is you allow the bad behavior to happen, and they will then expose themselves. If they can't put up games with numbers, even if it's a win, lose, or draw, if they are dying 10 times, if they have 1 kill, 26 deaths, 13 assists, but of those 14 kill participation kills, they are effectively supposed to be a backliner, that doesn't make sense. Because the main hypercarry shouldn't be dying over 10 times. The only way that could happen is if they're getting targeted, which then you look at the members of the team that are supposed to be doing the job of communicating and working together in any capacity, period. But the logic still sets through. If you're dying thousands and thousands of times, the natural thing that would happen in the administration process is to look at what's causing that to happen. The simple answer is you have A players, B players, and C players. And when I say this, I mean I'm using the administrative system of how a person manages a company when you're dealing with workers. Your A players are your best players. Your B players are mid-tier. Your C players are the dog shit players. When you put an A player on a team full of C players, the C players drag the A player down to their level and make them a shittier person by making them a shittier player. Using this with the concept of business, I, the person who is the best person on a show floor, should be able to bring my team up, not bring them down. But because the C player doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to work, doesn't want to do their part, and actively just bitches, whines, and moans, when they leave me hanging, I'm going to feel betrayed. Now, this is the wrong way to think about it, especially if you're talking about business, because if you can't improve yourself, that's an entire factor. Because at that point, when people say things like, it doesn't matter, it's just a game, no, it's not. It's you wasting my time and wasting your time. And if you're going to waste my time and your time, and I'm a broadcaster and I work for money, I should have the right to fucking murder you. There's the extreme opinion. Now, here's the reason why. These people are not willing to do this behavior in the world as they would in life. They're not actually willing to have these back and forth conversations face to face. No, they won't. Because we've seen thousands of examples where it literally is about money. Kingsman, the support player whose name is slipping my mind that we covered last week. If he can be upset over a $3,000 money tournament where CC and Zaza throw it for the vibes, what about this support player in a $100,000 tournament getting inted live on camera by a fucking retard who won't play the Ultron so that they can win on their squad when he's been drafted from the games he allegedly plays, because instead he wants to for friend slot. I said the opinion that I said, which got people upset. They DC me right now. But if they're willing to do it there over this, and they're willing to do it there over that, and they're willing to do it over shit like politics, at the same time, why the fuck would gaming be an exception? And when they say, it doesn't matter, I play for fun, you know, some people are competitive players, and they play for the considerable competitive fun of fighting opponents that also want to play to win. If for fun means that it's okay for a person to make racist comments about somebody else's hairstyle, somebody else's appearance, sexist comments about somebody's body, and etc., 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 well, look over at the examples we already demonstrated inside of Marathon. Who wants to get NA paintered for a 4 to 8 hour session of playing on camera where they constantly have people sycophantically stream sniping them, saying nasty shit to them, while also dealing with people doing that content? That's why that game is dead, and was always going to be dead on arrival. Because the most toxic people can't be punished. Can't be punished, won't be punished. Because that's the culture that they live in. But the culture is a vicious cycle. There's no checksums for it. Because ultimately, you're talking about people who are shit-talking other people in the field before they tell them to zip it up and tell them how the dick tastes, before sending them back to the lobby and taking their money. In a normal clanner environment, that is to be expected. Can't whine about that, can't cry about that. In a zero to hero environment, such as battle royales, yeah, okay, I lost a match, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world. Let's go again. Which is the reason why you don't see that kind of delusion a lot inside of things like ER or Fortnite. Because on one hand, even though you're playing what is meant to be a multiplayer game, you're actually a bunch of individual players playing for your own life by yourself, unless you're playing in a squad. In that situation, you don't have those communication problems because you can't even communicate across the screen like that. The only way you could do that is through emotes. And the only people who are doing the emote shit or the people who are trying to antagonize those people because, haha, I got you in my cheese bullshit. I was setting up for a video. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Okay, we're done antagonizing this guy. Click, click, bang, bang, bang. Just as much as it could be heat-inducing, that falls under the privy of the 5-minute rule. I get to be upset about the thing for 5 minutes. I can use the entire 5 minutes, but it's going to be hard for me to still be upset about that thing for the same 5 minutes if we're really talking cash money. However, the problem now moves to, if I'm going to be upset, and I'm going to be upset for 5 minutes, what happens when I'm being triggered the same 5 minutes? Over and over and over again. That, in reality, is the problem of the multiplayer video games. You have people that effectively, for a living, have to deal with the retarded behavior. To the east and head west. You have to deal with the retarded bullshit that controls and caveats almost all of your material interest. And there's nothing you can do around and about this attitude, because unless you have developers that are so fully in tune with what's going on, the behavior keeps reoccurring because the behavior doesn't get banned. Brazilian shilling. The behavior doesn't get banned. Look to it to the example of, say, Tarzan. Also, hello, Fancy. I'll deafen the game sound because it's actually distracting my mental thought. It's simple. It's as simple as what they literally did, like, last month to the well-known league troll Tarzan. Tarzan, just like IShowSpeed, got permanently banned from playing all rival games. I'm very much wrong. It wasn't last month. It was like some odd months ago, like 7 months ago. That shows you that I do not play League as often as I used to, if ever. But getting permabanned from the game the same way that Tyler 1 back in 2014, 2013 got banned from the game. Back in the philosophy when they still had their own personal PBM forms, that was Riot being tuned in. Despite not agreeing with Riot Games as a company, that was a correct choice. He was the kind of person then that, despite them making one of the most toxic player loops in existence for a character in the form of Draven, is the correct thing that a team is supposed to do. But then, you have a person prolifically who, as a platform, is allowed to ruin matches. Thousands of accounts, cycling them, playing the game, day in, day out. That's their content strategy. They grief your game, and if you have a problem with them, they have a bigger audience than yours. They're going to frame you as the monster, and then going to push for you to be deplatformed, which is exactly what happens. Same shit that happens inside of Dead by Daylight basically happens in all those games. And Lord knows, we've already done all the research a person needs to do to know exactly how toxic Dead by Daylight is. In the infinite rules of you're not allowed to play that way because you're ruining my fun as a survivor-based meta versus all the people who are supposed to be playing against them as killers. You can't have that in a, quote, community. Because those are people who have to actually commune with each other. Commune with each other, get to know each other, play with each other, play against each other. Instead of being happy, proud rivals, You just have a bunch of fucking losers that are designing content designed around bullying your audience, your target audience. And your target audience now doesn't get to have fun playing the game because every single time they queue up, they have to deal with being inted, being string sniped, being antagonized, and a bunch of other shit by people who basically will infinitely make money. Simple as that. It will always give you a negative loop because they will never fucking go away because they make money from it. Every single time they do something bad, they grow an audience from the bad behavior. It'd be one thing if it's going back and forth, as I do with these individuals, and I tell them, go on to my broadcast room, go into my lobby, I will then direct you in this discussion, and if you can convince me of the argument between the first week to the third week of this issue, I will pay you money from $100 to $400, crowdsourced or from my own pockets. And every single fucking time, the people who do this behavior do not take the deal because it's not about the thing that they're complaining about, that they're getting angry over. It's the fact that they want to be aggressive, toxic shit stirrers. They want to say words. They don't want to have pushback. They don't want to be convinced. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They just want to antagonize and continue antagonizing without any consequence. And unfortunately, because of the way that every single system is designed, especially for punishing a player, punishing, air quote, a player, for doing anything that a person could consider acceptable to punish someone for, an automated system that just looks for reports against a person to trigger an automatic punishment, that's gonna be ripe for abuse. You can't do that for a bot. Because if you do it with a bot, you're gonna get a bunch of false positives. People who have justified reasons to crash out are going to get punished for crashing out. So you're not actually punishing people for behaving badly, you're punishing people for being rage baited. So unlike the era of voice comm rage baiters, such as Minnesota Burnsy, just call themselves Burnsy now, but...
So you're telling me if I beat you in a 1v1 I can join your clan?
I said possibly.
Possibly?
If you get me, I'm gonna join my clan with you, and if you can beat me, at least, then you probably will be able to. But yeah,
unlike the era of the original module,
Oh, I'm up 1-0 on you already, man.
where you are dealing with basically somebody for money
Where you at?
that just fucks with people, such as this guy here.
I am. I'm going side right now.
Can't hit me though.
Hey, I can't hit you. You got a chest only.
What? No, dude. See, you got me.
Fine.
Oh!
Step forward. Step forward.
That one.
You effectively go from this to basically if the game decides to load it, you go from yes, here's a man fucking with kids for money. He just trolls them, and it's such a beautiful method to do so. You go from that to this.
How do you counter Silver?
The second that she gets her ult, we're just gonna climb on the rope right here and crawl down, and she can't do anything.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Okay, then it works. It works.
No, but it's not cool to abuse bugs.
That's not a bug, bro. She's a melee-based character. They would have given her some sort of I can't shoot on the thing either, brother.
Did the developers intend for that to happen? I don't think so.
To not be able to claw and climb at the same time, you have to use your hands to climb. Like,
But she's a melee character. She's supposed to be able to melee.
I can't melee while I'm on the rope.
That makes sense. You can use one arm. That would make sense. So they're going to change that. So you're
I
both
can't
melee.
climb upwards with one arm and claw with the other.
It's a video game, dude. It's not realistic. They're going to make it so you can melee on the rope and you're bug abused.
No, they
Why are we
ain't.
arguing about reality right now? We're trying to leave.
I understand, but he said he's bug
They
abused.
would have done it already.
I'm morally against that. All right.
If your kit is melee-based and there's a rope right there, okay, I'm gonna climb on that rope.
It seems unfair, but I don't think it's bug abuse. I think that's just
It is. It is.
kind of like
I don't think it's bug abuse because they would have fixed it. They've had four
I think it's a bug against aliens, bro. Like, let's be so honest.
Conversations like this then turn into shit, such as this.
And I considered just leaving the game, but I didn't decide to leave.
You used to be a little nicer with him, like, right down. It's on his back.
There was a lot of talking going on, and I couldn't focus. And this freaking guy said I
you gotta be
had
nice and break down.
got me pissed off. I'm sorry.
He's
Yeah, I knew
still
that.
talking punches.
Is he really still talking?
I think you would can't be the truth, baby. Boosh.
He got me so pissed off. It was insane. I was literally
You're
gonna
so
go.
pissed off, it was a tree.
I think he might be a comedian.
At least someone recognized my
I'm
talent.
not funny.
I didn't say a funny one. I think you're a prank.
Did he admit to being a prankster? That's bannable on this. You can't prank people in the game. It's Scarly.
Oh, we're vibing, I'm on the spectrum. Oh, I got...
This is the era in which we came from. It's like we went from making fun of kids This is not good, by the way. We went from the era of making fun of kids, quests for hate mail, where a good invader would just murder the shit out of you, to skillfully finding ways to fuck with a person inside of a COD lobby, to effectively communication rage bait. History. Years and years of history of just people are mad at me because I'm good at the game and they are raging versus, yeah, let me just invent situations. Let me just invent situations and let me push people's buttons and oh, I got somebody really mad. Let's make content off the fact that I created a situation and then not hold myself accountable for having created that situation. That is what has destroyed gaming as a whole. Because no one is sincere. Everything is done for the sake of yucking someone's yum. And instead of holding themselves accountable and saying, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have done that, blah, 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 blah. Case example from last night, a Vindicta is escaping from me through the rooftops, and she is walking into what should be a pincer, into a claw pick with 3 people. The 2 people in the lane ignore the comms, don't fucking listen, and let her walk straight by them. The excuse that I get from the player is, oh, well, you know, I don't see her. She walks straight past his back. Literally, straight past his back. His response, well, I just didn't, and I cut him off and I said, no, you didn't fucking see her because you weren't fucking looking, because you weren't paying attention, because you weren't fucking trying. That pisses him off. It gets 2 people out there rage baiting. And then instead of just saying, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have let that happen, somebody peeps up and says, no, you just deaf this guy. And then they choose to throw the match. Because instead of taking accountability, they choose not to take accountability. Probably one from the other night. Unless it is this one. No, it's the one from the other night. Alas, you put them in that situation, and you tell them to hold themselves accountable, they won't fucking do it. Because they've been coddled to believe that as long as they're in the community, it means that they can get away with fucking murder. Like, as Fancy said, I may not be fully into MOBAs, but seeing the deadlock teammates that you get makes me way more grateful of ER. Because at least dealing with bad and being bad with teammates, it doesn't drag on for 30 plus fucking minutes. Because it's collective bitch-made behavior. Because how are you going to throw the fucking match? How are you going to throw the match and try to argue? How are you going to throw the match, create an argument, and then, when you're being proven wrong, and you're losing the argument you created by just not listening, that you're going to turn around and say, well, I gotta listen to you, I played the third, click. And then when you're behind this cone of silence that you've invented for yourself, because this is the industry, and what has happened when you allowed Riot Games to create a culcation on the idea of toxicity from the wife beater's standard, how are you going to play worse when you're allegedly playing your life? It wouldn't be just a sin to play poorly, but it's playing poorly after you've gotten your way, and you now can't blame me for you sucking dick. It means the behavior and the choices align to a point where you're just bad because you're just bad. Like, cyclically. A vicious cycle of, well, why you call me bad? Because you're dumb. Why am I dumb? Because you're retarded. Why am I retarded? Because you're toxic. Why am I toxic? Because you're bad. Your inability to play the game and to not work with a team leads you to a position where you also don't have the ability to play the game well and fight back against the people that you have to play against because you put more time into talking than you do into listening. So, you spend more effort and more energy how do you lose the shit because of you spending more time and more energy trying to mog on the microphone, fail to do so, fail to win the game, fail to play the game, and then the response to the energy is, well, see, at least I'm not mad like this guy is. That doesn't follow. It doesn't track. Example from Eternal Return. Vegan Hiswees. How are you going to play a character that's designed to get into combat, refuse to walk with the team, constantly go opposite directions from where we need to be, actively make it harder for us to be able to fight back, get yourself killed, die off alone somewhere, and then rage quit a match?
Open up.
How are you going to do that? And then say, well, you see, I'm just upset because this guy talking to me is breaking my focus. No, it's not. You're breaking your own fucking focus. You're dog shit at the video game. You don't know how to do two things at once. Maybe you should focus less on talking and typing and more on playing. Then, once you understand how to play the game, you won't struggle in that way.
Physical.
But unfortunately, that's not the reality in which some of those people live in. They live in a reality instead where it's about having responses which then allow them to be more aggressive and more annoyed despite having not earned the right to be such, and then using the justification of that annoyance to then say, well, the reason why this is happening is because you're throwing me off. Which, at the end of the day, is just cope. Because if you were thrown off then, you'll be thrown off now. It's like dealing with people that I dealt with inside of... Haha, she got buried. Haha, she got buried again! It was like dealing with the problem that I dealt with when I was still actively playing inside of Plant Side 2. Combat music really makes it hard for me to hear myself. It was the same shit that I was dealing with inside of, that was supposed to be a flame slash, I was dealing with inside of Planet Side 2. People rage baiting inside of the chat room, provoking situations, trying to tell me or other people to shut the fuck up, but then trying to work the situation where, well, we're just not going to listen to what this guy has to say. I will shoot you with a fucking gun. How do you provoke someone and you're supposed to be the grown men who spend most of your time doing war sim, and you're not going to say, hey, this person is a part of the chain of command. Show them respect like you would show respect to the other members of the fucking, alliance and or the cross-faction group. Oh no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna provoke the situation. Well, who said the thing and who did the thing that provoked the situation first? Was it Carl or was it the other person? Oh, it was the other person and Carl was responding and defending himself? And the person chose not to take accountability? And then everybody else was convinced to just do it because it's a big group and if you're not in it, fuck you? Yeah, no, all of those people should be removed. They should be admonished by their organization, they should be removed, and they were. They should be admonished by their administration, they should be removed, they should be punished. Somebody speaks out against it and they say, hey, actually, we reviewed the comms, Carl was right, you were wrong. Why did you do what you did? And then, situation done. Because if it's a discussion about an ought statement, such as, I ought say this, I ought to do this, we ought say this, we ought to do this, this is how we ought to behave, and I'm going to hold you to the standard, and I'm going to hold you to the mark, because that's what your org promises, that's what my org promises. I went through the training, I went through the leadership skills, I got certified, and you are disrespecting me on my position, representing this group. You're not just disrespecting me, you're disrespecting my org. And you're disrespecting the org, and you're disrespecting the leader, and you're disrespecting the affiliation that already existed and already was there when you should have been playing and fighting before. Put all of these things together, and collectively, you have the worst kind of toxicity that a person could imagine. Namely, where if I am playing a game where I have to associate with you, we're in the same faction as it works. It doesn't matter if it's Alliance or Horde for WoW. It doesn't matter if it's the same clan inside of a game like WoW or other such clanners or guild member-based games, especially Korean MMO grinders, and we have roles, and we have to do those roles to get through dungeons. Or, in the case of cross-faction FPS shooters, such as PlanetSide 2, where if I'm Vanu and you're Vanu, or I'm NC and you're NC, or we're Terran Republic and you're Terran Republic, I have to work with you, I have to work around you, we have to be able to work together, because I can't just avoid you permanently. Assuming that we stay in that game for any amount of time building an actual community, you and I are going to keep crossing paths. And we cannot just be like, oh no, I'm not going to be in a room, I'm not going to be in a squad, I'm not going to be in an outfit with this guy's a fucking retard, he's fighting blah blah blah. No! Either we're fighting, and I will kill you, or we're going to act like adults, and we're going to use our goddamn brains, and we're going to say, you know what? I don't fucking like this guy. But, for the sake of the org, for the sake of the group, for the sake of the concerns of myself and my unit, I'm going to be the leader I'm supposed to be. Because the place that they take it to, the way that they go, they take it there, and then they take it further. And they believe that other people not wanting to interact and interface with that level of aggression isn't on the level of, say, the anti-Destiny, anti-Witch snarkers that are going around right now with the political shit in concerns to LAN organizations, versus the same level of dog shit drama that presumes the entirety of the internet through the EHD spectrum, especially when it comes to Hassan Piker, or any of his fucking hanger-ons. It's the same shit, which is why I said that's the most extreme position and opinion you're going to hear from me. If you try to have it out with me, I'm going to fight like we're fighting to the death. Oh, I was just playing. I wasn't. I'll be a huckleberry nigga. Come here. I'm going to show you something. If they're not willing to go there, they shouldn't take it there. But that's unfortunately the environment that we currently exist inside of. Now, most people, they don't have the temerity to deal with that. Because who would? Who should always be on the aggression, always be on the offense, always be on the reaction to do something aggressively against other people? Not everybody. That's not supposed to be a thing everybody should do. Now, navigating the space is not the same thing as navigating discussions and conversations. It's just not. It's not the same. They're not the same. It isn't the same. It's not the same. They don't come with the same temerity. They don't come with the same energy. It is not a choice that you can just actively choose to take, and that it means nothing. It's a decision that should follow you for the rest of your fucking career. And the reason why it should follow you for the rest of your career is because that kind of problem needs to be addressed by as many people as possible when it comes to the leadership of whatever orgs and whatever groups that you happen to be a part of. Because if you're willing to do it, that means you're willing to do it all the time, even when you know you shouldn't. And so, in doing this all the time, and being this aggressive all the time, and being this intrusive all the time, and being this eclectic all the time, and being this much of a bully all the time, especially in places where it doesn't even make sense to do so, you create the environment that then pushes other people out of the room, which then makes the room smaller, because now you have less people playing. The same people who are there then creates the melee problem, which is also to say the Mordhau loop. Big player base, full of people who want to have fun and want to have experiences. Hyper-toxic cluster creates negative income outcome. people leave game because they lord themselves over abusing shorts, abusing clips, abusing their space, abusing their titles, abusing their rights, or abusing their affiliations, especially if they have a direct affiliation to the development company, and they basically can have a mod on hand be like, this guy's being mean to me on my stream, permanently ban them from the game automatically. Which is where I talk about the likes of people like Quad calling Guan and telling Guan to get them banned, because he doesn't want to deal with it. It's the same level of toxicity. It's the same level of eclecticness. But the difference is, where you should be able to talk your way out of those doors and out of those rooms, these people can't. Because they don't put any time in actually trying to address it the way that they should address it. So, simulate that onto every other factor that matters. What you're effectively looking at is you're looking at the example of, one, you and a group of other people having to deal with the same two people that piss you off in general. That then causes, three, your desire to want to play with a person, a group of people, or a specific person in general, especially if it's amongst your friends group. Which I'm pretty sure for my friend group, I am that friend. Myself and Marcus and Dax both, at minimum, amongst the gateway. Amongst the people who are the fans that are in Dev's audience, I couldn't fucking tell you. Almost all of them are chuds, which is to say that most of them are friend swappers. They don't put that much effort into those. This motherfucker put me to sleep. How dare you? They don't put that much time and investment into those things in the general sense. So it's not one of those things that is normal to usually expect. Generally. God damn it, Rab! Let me go! Finally. It's not one of those things that you'd expect in the general sense. And it's not one of those things that you electively would just think is happening by choice. It's one of those things that makes you have to concern yourself with a bunch and a bunch and a bunch of different attitudes that over time are going to naturally make you jaded. Which leads to the League collaborate, which is to say, the split and breakup of a player base and how many people inside of it have particular viewpoints. Especially the viewpoint of those that are genuinely positive players, the ones that are jaded because of the constant punishments and unfair rulings against them, as well as the aggressive means and levels of protection for all the other people who are involved in that behavior, and then, in its final totality, the actual real toxic players and what those players have to deal with in the general sense. Amongst the ones that definitely need to be permabanned, but never do because they're not willing to fucking commit. I love when he drop kicks him like that. It's like watching Brock fucking beat the shit out of people like a sumo wrestler. Super funny. But it's a constant fucking nail that you'll always have to work against. Because if your only answer to these situations, especially if you are the people who are creating the situations, are effectively, I'm going to provoke it and then I'm going to run away from it, then of course you're going to end up with that problem. Because then they learn from you that this is the behavior that they do. When I don't get my way, I rage bait people and I have my fun with them and I antagonize them and I create the same problem instead of rewarding people for, hey, you said this person did this, we allowed you to report their account, we allowed you to report their Steam account, with the example here being deadlocked. We allow you to report their account, we allow you to report the Steam account. Not only are they no longer allowed in the playtest, but they're also banned from their Steam account. Now you lose your money. You have to make it cost something. Because that's the social contract. You're not just allowed to do this shit nonstop, frequently. That is bullshit. What you should actually do is you should remove those people from the player base. Send them to the fucking low elo queue. Take them out of the natural game pool. Put them in a room full of other people like themselves. They'll get annoyed and tired of it. And they will either fix the behavior, or they will fuck off entirely. They don't do that, so alas, the consequences still remain. Put all those things together, and you get what sounds like a very aggressive and very crazy word from me, where it's like, what, Carl said that you should be allowed to kill somebody? Bro, you think, is that a normal take you should have, Carl? Yes, because that's where they go. That's where they take it to. They take it there, you should take it further. You should be willing to say something. You should be willing to do something. You should be willing to antagonize it. Because if they're not willing to have the conversation, why are they doing it? Yay. Now, of course, the secondary solution to this problem, which was the solution that they had for the game Battle Right, is that you just put these games behind a fucking time lock. Put them behind a time lock, put them behind a money lock. This leads into the cave that should have all the slime encounters. Yeah. But you get into a situation where you're now dealing with the consequences of what happens when you don't fucking ban that ass. Like, low tier god is actually correct in this capacity. You gotta get that ass banned. If it were the case where they were willing to put in the time and the effort, should they claim what they care about is people's game integrity, to punish players like myself for going back and forth with retards, just as much as punishing the retards for causing problems in the first place anyways, then I would support them wholeheartedly, full-throatedly, because the alternative is that they're allowed to get away with the worst of the worst. And the only reason why they're able to do it and get away with it
here we go.
is because they let this be the standard.
Darkness, hear me!
Rab, I was trying to steal from that! Like, it would be 1,000 times better if it were the case where a developer put their thumb on it and said, listen, bro, we know that these people are pissing you guys off. And we know that they are being toxic. So we are now monitoring the vocal activities in chat rooms. We are looking at the things that are happening in the playtest, and we will give you the ability to report a match, and we will have the entire log of the match history and what was said in the chat room and typed in the logs and said over the chat room analyzed by our AI bot, because they're all using one. And if these people say shit to the degree, especially if you're a broadcaster and a streamer on camera, if they're saying this shit to you in the match on tape and you catch them saying it and you bring it to our attention, we will permanent on that player. But if you're doing the same thing, we'll do it to you too. If they were to do that, I'd say, you know what? I'm taking those fucking chances. Because number one, the people who are doing it, they don't understand the perspective of the people who they're holding hostage. They don't. Because they are, quote, playing for fun. Whereas other people are playing for content, are playing for investment, are playing for inclusion, are playing for interest, and all the other shit that it can come alongside and come along with. So why should I, or anyone else for that matter, be held hostage by people who otherwise would not do this behavior if they wouldn't make money off the fact that they're doing it in the first place?
Head up.
Hello, Sidwin. I feel like that's actually part of the problem, and I can't deny that I have some moments like that too, seeing people leaving lolcows like him and thinking that the shit doesn't stink. Indeed. In the individual sense of League, it is much easier to note it because League has such a small creator pool. It is very, 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 very hard. Very, 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 very hard for people to get away with the kind of shit that they would argue to get away with half the time that they were to do so, because it's just not something that would be that common. With the amount of creators that have been around, like, if you think that they wouldn't get rid of people like Hashinshin for being a pedophile, they wouldn't get rid of Kikigol for being a pedophile, they wouldn't get rid of people like that of Tarzan for actively being a toxic person, and not even over the game, fucking outing shit about a person's love life over a game of fucking Nocturne Jungle, and then acting like the shit was normal. If they're willing to do shit like that over something that isn't even League related, it's literally something that is Simulacrum, the game, then you have a worse problem than you might expect. Because at that point, if they're taking it all the way there, outing fucking Doinel's personal life and his relationship with his woman, to the point where you're gossiping openly about their pregnancy and about their abortion, yeah, you gotta be fucking banned from the game. People get angry about video games for time immemorial. For as long as there will be passionate people, especially people like myself, and people who have pride in their gameplay, who like playing the game to play the game. They don't play the game to try to invent social situations to become an influencer who just rage baits like a fucking e-whore, whether it's selling themselves, literally, or selling the product that they're hawking. As long as you have people like myself that want to play the games to become good, and want to play the games to have fun, and do not want to be inundated with the non-stop bullshit that is the alternative of common sense, we're never going to be rescued or free of the trappings. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the problem... Metal Slime! Ah! The problem is that any level of involvement would and should... Nice. Would and should get treated like it should be and is. Which is a person being unwilling to live up to standards they otherwise would enforce on others.
Score one for the good guys.
If surrounded by a group of other players like myself that are like-minded, those players would just play the game naturally, which has occurred several times on tape. Especially in that one game where we had 5 people, including myself, who had no deaths, and the only one person on the team who was down on the negative score line was a 1-7 Viper, who admitted and took responsibility and said, yeah, I'm new at the game, I'm struggling guys, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. And not even was it an issue. We said, bro, it's okay, and we gave them help, and we gave them tips. But that's because they demonstrated that they wanted it. They wanted to be there. They wanted to game. They wanted to play. They didn't make an excuse to keep throwing their fucking hands away and to keep playing dog shit. They actually played the match. They played the situation. They played the game. And they were willing to take the accountability that comes with failing your role. People don't do that these days. Now, fighting games are different. 1-to-1, you can't blame anybody else. But when you add numbers, the accountability goes down, not up. When you make it insular, in a single individual case, dog shit behavior now becomes inexcusable. Because you're just shit. You can't blame your lack of play on anyone else. You just suck dick. And in sucking dick, you have to accept that the dick sucking means you don't get to talk shit. You haven't earned it. You get to earn the right to talk shit when you figure out how to play.
Never in doubt.
That, unfortunately, is not the philosophy that most people live their lives by. They live their lives by an unequal, unfair standard, where they act like the shit is anything else other than what it is. Bomba. And that leads to highly delusional behavior, highly delusional players, highly delusional arguments, and ultimately, discussional arguments that amount to, I don't want to do it because he told me. And at that point, if it's like, oh, you don't want to do it because I told you? Okay, cool. You don't play the game then. That's how that should be handled. It should never be the case that a person gets to basically say, oh, I'm not going to play the game because the guy's playing the game. He is someone who I don't want to have to play the game with because he's doing this, and this. And all this shit is something that I believe I should have the right to say no about. Because at the end of the day, I believe that I am deserving to have the right to not play this video game at the same time this other person is playing the video game. Because think of the nasty things they could do. Think of the nasty things they could say. Compared to the thing that's already occurring, which is the lack of gameplay that we have because that person is inting the game non-stop. And instead of stopping the int, they continue to int. They continue to hint harder and harder and harder and harder.
Damn it!
It's all grifting and all callous. Most of the time, the ones that are doing it, they are grifters in the media sense, but they are influencers in the social sense. They make social groups around themselves, and they get into the right group, into the right friend groups, but you never learn what their real personalities are, because they're always faking in front of the camera. And then by the time it comes for them to be punished for doing that, it's too late. They already made their money, and they've also transitioned to an entirely different platform. Which is the case of most of the influencers who do it. Which is basically the attitude of the he-horse.
Score one for the good guys.
Now mind you, this is shit that only ever occurs. And I do mean only ever occurs in multiplayer video games. It doesn't occur anywhere else. Quadrabash. This shit does not occur anywhere fucking else. It only ever occurs here. Yay! My next steal. And this has got the deafness on it, so it needs to go on him immediately. Unfortunately, I have enough to make them. So I'm to up my steal chance. That's probably a +1. Stop Killing Games won't save us because I heard that it's been compromised by people in charge that have clear conflicts of interests. Well, see, Stop Killing Games was going to help you preserve your video games. It wasn't going to stop this level of toxicity that happens inside of gaming. Because this is an affectation that came from grifters. I have to be careful with this one. Okay, didn't ruin it. I guess it's +2 too. But all of these things are affectations that came along when you allowed for people to basically create a viable means of allowing people to get away with basically fucking murder. Because all that mattered was this person's popular and nothing else is a concern. Paralyzing when attacking. Bonus damage on nature attack. This is probably his next knife. Soaring steel. Next boomerang. Mask for defense. The only correct solution, really, to stop this from being a problem is you have to get these people out early. They cannot be allowed to build audiences and communities inside the games where they're doing the rage bait behavior. Because all that'll end up happening is that rage bait behavior will be justified. And from there, you'll have a nightmare trying to get them out from the onset. And that's one of the last few things you'd ever want to have happen. For their sanity, for your sanity, for most people's sanity, you don't want that to be the case. This is where those big bone steals come in handy. Because the alternative is that you just accept that this is the way things are now. Based. I, for one, do not just accept that these are the way things are. I believe everything is a choice. And just as much as a person can choose to do the right thing, they can also choose to do the wrong thing. And they'll always choose to do the wrong thing, especially if the wrong thing can always lead to guaranteed benefit and primordial concerns of extra money. It's only human nature. It's only human nature. Now, does it suck that it's human nature? Yes, it does. It does suck that that's human nature, but it's human nature. The only alternative is to recognize the problem from the onset and never let it be a concern in the first place. Because we've lived long enough in a world to know that the alternative in the past was people played matches of fucking Heroes of Might and Magic over GameSpy. And now, you've got streamers basically making careers for themselves, talking shit on, it's just like TikTok, about shit that doesn't even have anything to do with the games that they play. How am I supposed to learn how to play Rivals if you've got people like Raijin and Quad basically feuding about a person's parents? I don't care what his parents are doing. I don't care what the fuck else he's talking about. Stop being weird. Play the video game. But alas. But alas! Stage 3. Try to increase the deafness. It's only half that. It's gonna be even fun when the new YouTube policy gets content bait to content bait you even harder. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the worst case example of exactly what I'm talking about. Because I have a suspicion. I have a suspicion that that content system is going to fail to recognize the rage bait. Is this a failure? Yes. I have a suspicion that the system will not recognize and will not be able to detect the difference between something that is rage bait versus something that is not. And I have the opinion that it's going to be an entire thing and it's not going to get properly handled. And I have an opinion that you're going to see even more slop content creators and media and transplant media grifters appear out of fucking nowhere. And you're going to start seeing and hearing a lot of shit about how they're going to try to cut down on the problem by implementing systems that we've long since known would never fucking work in the first place. I guarantee you. I bet money on it. I bet money on it. Hee-haw, hee-hee-hee-haw. I love that I can buy the ore. +2. You have this system in place where, more than likely, it's going to enable the same people who are making money off of flooding the site with stolen content, make even more money off the site with stolen content. Because despite the fact that we caught the Quartering doing it, I don't think they're going to really stop him long term. I think it was a fluke. I think they noticed the problem because we, the community of people that are influencers, saw that it was stealing shit straight up. But overall, as a website, they don't give a fuck. And of course, there'd be a reason why they wouldn't. Basic rationale is that they don't care. Based. So in the basic rationale of the ones that don't give a shit, they're allowing for the slop to destroy the platform. The same reason why games that have large audiences of casual players would be destroyed. It's because it's transient. It's all transient. Like, even if it wasn't the Indians, even if it wasn't the South Asian continent, you just have too much bullshit destroying the platform from the middle and the edges. And the only restoration, the only charm, is to have someone, anyone, take accountability for it and say, enough is fucking enough. % life restore each turn. Oh, you extend these. Did I equip it? Fuck. Well, alas, I digress. What if the system works as intended, and we simple mortals are not privileged to know the end result of the project, even if it exists? That presumes that YouTube wants money. Like, if they want continued service, they will fix the platform, and they will make it functional. Or we will probably stop using it at some point. People already do the same with Twitter, because the platform basically doesn't serve any real purpose, and it is a meaningless existent point where you have to have it if you're a creator. But if you're not a creator, it's like, well, what the fuck do I do here, dude? In a box. In a box. Not carrying anything.
Time for baby pies.
Gritted! See the skill.
Okay, here we go.
How wonderful.
What's up?
Ugh, I'm sweating under my pits.
You know,
4 vials of magic water before a ominous boss door. Why, how kind of you, game. I want to go back. I want to go back to when we were all children and we all still played browser games.
You won't escape alive. Stay focused.
Here, honey.
God damn. What a crit.
Need a little.
Back-to-back parries. And from downtown.
We did it, darlings! Fabulous, darling!
Those crits are big. Very, very big.
And don't come back.
I had no choice. A third-rate fighter like me? I was not. So when I heard that voice, all I had to do was help him out. So I said sure. I knew it was wrong.
So you let your desire to help the bairns get... Well, there's certainly... Tell you what, I'll have a word or two with the mayor. Don't worry, lad. So chin up. Wake. Come on now. I said wake up! Morning, darling!
I always found that they chose to use the
Drag you out of bed.
Kafuddle sound effect for Sylvanda standing over you to be probably the sussest moment that they could have done in Act 1.
They never got around.
Namely because they're making a gay joke, and it's like, Japanese people? No! That had to be stuck there because of the Americans. But also, Halo Big Team Battle with my brother, Stato Resports, Triple Budokai Tenkaichi. We'll never get them back in the same weight, because everybody's skinwalking. Huh? Wah, 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 wah. Everybody skinwalks somebody else's fan shit, so they won't respect it.
All right, everybody, it's lady. And now, hold on. Seems kind of a shame to have. Why don't we make? I challenge you to a fight. Ladies and gentlemen! No backing out now. Huh. Fooled ya. I don't do that. Now let's do...
Let's do this thing! Oh yeah!
It's all over!
Vince look kind.
He should.
I needed people to see that. To see that I ain't nothing without. I never had what it takes to be. Thanks. You.
Will. Thanks for putting it on the line.
And now I go to the ruins. Through the top? Through the top. I attacked all local monsters in this zone. No.
Our work isn't done yet.
Fabulous!
Lord have mercy. I have to fly down. Yeah, it's edge guarded. I have to fly down. I forget how one gets up there, but I have to get up there somehow. I believe it's also an Act 2 situation. Just double checking myself. No, I can't get to it right now. Remember, kids, don't do steroids. We just spam healing potions and things don't go our way. Unless it's Dark Souls, in which we could get punished for using that many potions in the first place. With an unblockable on wake up. I think the B is for getting all the way on that edge.
We did it, darlings!
Yep. Save here. I need to leave the room real quick for a few seconds. I think people are much better at things at Devil May Cry than they think. It's just a matter of practice. Which, ironically, is the reason why so many people sleep on character action and try to keep dumbing down JRPGs. Yes. Let's see. I mean, you don't have to be a combo mat expert. You just need to be able to play the game functional enough that you can be able to at least lock and guard and counter and parry. What? Tell me what? So don't defend it. Does I have to get you to admit it's a problem? And a walnut bread, my only love. Personally, when it comes to character action, I've always been better at dodging than parrying. And I was able to enjoy 1 and 3 when I played through it for that reason. I shouldn't be surprised watching videos like that. It's like watching data organization speedruns in KH2. I enjoyed Trickster for the first run over Royal Guard, but I probably would have learned through the flavor before. Gotta go to bed, Chief? No problem, Buster. We'll see you tomorrow. See, Devil May Cry 3 is the one where you actually have to learn Royal Guard. You can use it for the entirety of the game, as that is the speedrun tactic. I've practiced it before.
Let's go. Ha. Easy.
Tifa. He gave me the seed of life. The seed of life. Cause I give them that seed that's life. Seed that's life.
Thank goodness.
Not that far off from the next level. Stone Golem. Void. Resource tree. Couple more sparkles. A tree.
I'm ready for anything.
Eric's back to milking that fucking boomerang like it's nobody's business. Some Crump, Glimmerglass, Seed of Agility, Iron Lance, Narcissius, Little Eye.
Head up! Fabulous!
Did I do all right?
More Flintstone.
Let's go. Head up!
Did I do all right?
Two more for Miracle Slash. Yep. Knight Errand, Ring of Clarity. All of that relatively acceptable. Boy. One starters 3, then let the styles made equal to one another. Definitely felt like Tristan was the only good one, but was winning over time. Working with Gunslinger didn't feel great in 3. The style system really needed to take a back seat to the emerging style of Nero gameplay. It wasn't quite where it needed to be at 3 because it was just separate styles. Then, when they created the remix and the anniversary edition, they made it so, especially on the PC mod, where you could change up everything.
To think that not so very long ago, this was one of the king and queen murdered by monsters. No, but I don't need to tell you this. They were your parents, after all.
So where's the old guy from the turn?
Look, those two.
So we get 10k now. I hate camera work. Get a box. Dragon Scale. And Catabox.
Blast off!
I actually find it interesting that the bot doesn't use the lightning thrust the way that I would. It's very interesting.
Okay, here we go. Who else wants some?
That man got raped. Now it's the last one. Yep.
Thanks.
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
English should now be closer, but I still need to get to Party Breaker.
Let's keep at it.
Oh yeah.
That's not my hair. Fuck.
Is it just you?
She has...
It's not like we had much choice.
Oh, yeah. I suppose that's because your pal here's the luminary.
Wait.
I thought you died years back, laddie. When I saw that... Now, come along.
People talk about hallways, but this right here is the real hallway.
Aye, Look. I'd already given up most of my duties by then. And then the monsters. When I was your age, laddie, this was one... Ugh.
Is this?
Aye.
You mean?
I do. This is your parents' grave, laddie. The grave of my daughter and son.
Wait, but that would mean...
These two fine young souls died, and I survived. So I set out to learn why Dundrasil would... I've uncovered some of the truth on my travels. It was King Carnelian, you see. He changed. He once believed in the power of the luminary more than... He's not a man I knew any longer. Folks say there's something behind it all. Eleanor, my girl, Erwin, I found your boy.
Cough.
They're alive, lad. You've no idea how many times I've dreamed. There's an old royal ritual. There's an altar.
Now, as I begin to speak, someone fucking calls on the phone. Now, as I sit here and I try to passively think about Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry 1 was basically an experiment. Devil May Cry 2 was them figuring out exactly how much gunplay is too much gunplay. And the answer was yes. So Devil May Cry 3 was them attempting to figure out a balance between various forms of combat and how, with the baseline, you could be able to play a straight game, and that straight game can be affected by your choice to play a combat action-oriented system with feedback loops. Unfortunately, it is just more popular to play Royal Guard than it is to play Trickster, Gunslinger, Swordmaster. The Doppelganger or the Quicksilver time stop forms that you get over the course of the game.
Everything's ready.
Thank you, Princess.
My banana nut walnut's going moldy.
Wait, you don't mean...
If the rest of you wouldn't mind standing back here with me, only members of the Dracilian royal family may perform the ritual.
It's on 2 pieces of my bread.
How come he called you princess? Are you?
Quiet now. The ritual is about to begin.
Ugh.
You just follow my lead. All right, laddie?
Now, before I ended up taking a giant bite of fucking mold, it's just the case that in Devil May Cry 3, Royal Guard is just the most exciting and fun form to use. There's just nothing like storing up and then releasing 3 charges of damage into a boss's face, which acts as a form of vulnerability, alongside using the DT explosion when you hold down and you prime the evolutionary trigger of the DT to explode for damage and basically blitz a boss in 5 seconds or less. That's the only trick you actually technically need to, quote, know and learn to do the speedrun route. You just need to learn how to play Royal Guard. Because all you're doing is matching the 3x combo. And then occasionally the 5y combo. No variance.
The souls of those who depart this life must all return to Yggdrasil. One life for each leaf of the great world tree. But those taken by monsters cannot return of their own accord. So our ancestors devised a ritual to send them on their way. The smoke guides them back to where they belong, to Yggdrasil's bosom. Each butterfly is a lost soul, and now they can all be at peace. You didn't die in vain, Eleanor. You saved your boy and the princess. It was a noble sacrifice you made. Thank you, my beautiful girl. And goodbye. I hope you don't mind me asking, but your mother didn't leave you anything, did she? She didn't, did she? So this letter's why you went to see King Carnelian, eh? If only she'd known. I'm sorry, laddie. You've been through so much. But I suppose if you'd not set out for Heliodor, the journey would never have led you to me, eh? Oh, Eleanor.
It feels mad disrespectful. I'm just sitting here watching this stone face eating banana bread.
Sorry, laddie. I'm gonna need to be alone for a wee while.
Now, continuing the conversation, in the case of Devil May Cry 4, they wanted to try and perfect that system, obviously. But they didn't quite hit the mark with Dante until Devil May Cry 5.
Lady Eleanor. Who's there? You weren't supposed to see that. I was just thinking about Lady El. Why don't we take a look?
Nero's combat was the more important to be perfected inside DMC4. And they achieved it.
My mother was a rather sickly soul by all accounts. So in a sense, you can imagine how happy I was when I heard she was...
Then Devil May Cry 5 added more complexity to both of the playstyles, along with Virgil and V.
How much time has passed since then? Wait, up there. Something tells me they're looking for you and your friends. Come on.
Where are the ones from the altar?
No sign of them.
No sign of him either. It's him! He's over here!
Oh, for goodness sake.
What shall we do with the... Sir Hendrik's orders were to bring the Darkspawn back up.
Just you try it.
I can't be expected to take her on alone.
Come on.
I have you at last, Darkspawn. You are a slippery one, I will give you that. I had not... Darkspawn. Forward. This is all the dreaded child of... You will evade me no longer, Darkspawn. The chase ends here.
Hendrik! Don't you dare!
Princess Jade? Surely not.
No! Hold on!
Princess!
I won't let you go again.
Wow, 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 wow. It's not incest because they're not related. Why'd you take away my swag?
Oh, good. You're awake. I'm soaked through. Let's get warmed up, shall we? I'm glad I caught you. I suppose Rab must have told you about your mother. Well, you've probably worked it out for yourself already, but I was that princess. That night, the night she handed you to me, and it... But even that, I can't tell you how many times I've wished that it was you Rab fished out of there and not me. After he found me, we headed back to but when we got there, we found out he was telling people I'd been Rab was convinced that he wasn't in his right mind, so we set out to... I never expected to see Hendrik again, let alone on a battlefield. We were lucky to get out of there alive. Looks like the rain's dying.
Well, that takes fun out of it. Indeed. I'd like to say as it should. I played enough Dragon Quest today. I'm assuming it doesn't break my fucking file. It's unaligned. This run was a death. Money or Crucible. That one's not possible. It can only really hit something that I don't want. So it's probably a block. I5. I guess I'm doing an Aussie build. It's definitely drain power. Discovery. Sentry mode. Delay. $61, $50. Dooming. Pulling through the deck somehow. Why am I using that potion? Also, why am I using that potion? Those don't hit. I'm being retarded. Summon 4, gain 2. No ethereals. That's chest. Easy. Hello, Eradicate. Give me some energy. I'll even take Pumpkin Candle. Yep. Of course, it's good. We have nothing, 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 and nothing with nothing on nothing. And a delay. Can use the damage out of lethality. Kind of would like the energy. Bone flute, lantern. And still technically nothing. And a bone shards if I feel like being trolled myself. Feels like a card remove. Lethality, eradicate, lethality. Pretty sure I just kill you now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And now I just heal. Grave Warden. I think getting history would be good, but that assumes I live, and I don't want to take damage in this combat. Two energy, plus flex, plus the power of this damage. 6 to the 28 multiplied by this should be death. Yes, sir. Thank you, Flex Potion. Call the Void. Don't mind if I do. Transform all my strikes and decks. Start my combats confused. Turning my high costs into low costs and my low costs into high costs, but not affecting Eradicate's bonus. Obtain the Forbidden Grimoire that at the end of the combat I may remove a card from my deck, which means removing my remaining strikes. And we plan for our fires. I'm liking this. Look at this. And dice. Having Putrefy is good. Remove a card from my deck. Remove these strikes. Goodbye. You. Yes, please. You. Chip. Another strike. This one might be a bit more dangerous. That's a lot of fucking damage, bro. Borrowed time, combo with that. Remove the last strike. That's not good. Please give me a hand. That is not hand. Chip. Another card to remove. Having taken out Parse, that was probably an incorrect choice earlier. I probably was supposed to keep Parse. Now we just remove the basic defense. I'm gonna try to live. What helps me live? I just came from a recycle that's not gonna trigger. You can help me. That can help me. This can help me. That's about it. Vitality. It's not enough. By the hair of my skin. I don't think it's enough life for Aeon Glass. This puts me on 3 energy, starting with 4 with Lantern. If I get lucky and I pull something out of Call of the Void for energy, I'd be just so good. I have 2 invokes, 1 upgraded, 2 instances of friendship, which is affecting my overall power. This is a rest. Hello, Reperform. I'm just dead. Goodbye, cruel world. Almost there. I think that's my first flawless. Meanwhile, on Twitter, the alleged GTA 6 leakers now threatening Sony and other companies to support an all-in digital future. If we can reach Rockstar, no one is safe. Why Obsession star Indy and Everett is Hollywood's youngest actress on everyone's shortlist for big money roles. Because she's hot, because she's talented, because she doesn't hate her fans, because she's Mexican and bisexual. She's a 4-quadrant axis. Remember the story about the Insomniac dev, blah blah blah. Cheesecake muffin picture. People who are over the age of 16, some people who are 24-year-old can be accounted for adult decisions at the grounds of human brain is floating church at 25, which is oversimplification, but not outside the point. They accept this extreme is incapable of making informed decisions and manipulate, and that's why they won't come to vote. Barnett Brown, who is Barnett Brown, founder of Project PM, followed by Mayakas and DBT Simulator. All mentions of CCM should be an FBI CSIS asset container discussed here. Bioflesh Simulator was moved from an April Bylines Time article on Epstein and Thiel, as was domestic intel Optidia secrets, and then person was blacklisted, blah 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 blah. Running with scissors, trying to postal post. Deranged retards, deranged retards, deranged retards, deranged retards. Deranged retards, deranged retards, deranged retards, deranged retards. Math is going crazy on Twitter. I have seen cursed objects on this side of the world. Please, nobody ever make an edit of Sora in Cars ever again. Your wobble meat with a side of flat meat and goon swap, sir. I hate the fact that I know exactly what all three of those words are. Please stop referring to grown women that happen to have thick bodies as wobble meat, please. Ow. Mary Jane Watson is forced to become a waitress as a canon event. That is hilarious. I hope we wish to see Cheyenne Woodley's MJ on the big screen. Ah, that's right. Cheyenne Woodley was cast for that role in The Amazing Spider-Man. Too bad it never happened. Ooh, Falconry Finance destroyed his entire account. Ah, I love when a shitpost comes together. Although that one's not fully my credit. I can't take full credit for that. That's just the accountability and problems that come from people trying to fuck with people on the timeline. Yes, Lord! Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Literally, the days. How many days was it? 3? 3? 4? I have to track it. R.E. Photos. Blah, 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 blah. August 16th, August 19th. 3 days. 3 days? 4 days. 4 days. Nope, 4 days. So, lay it out. I point it out. I point out that it is very easy to lay that ass out. And lo and behold, the bitch is gone. I love when a shitpost comes together. Dropping parts was a mistake on this run. They're at school, so I can't do that. I believe what I'm going to do is I'm going to go do my dishes. Goodbye, everyone. I will see you in possibly 2 to 3 hours.